Raid Shadow Legends. Takeover Tuesday. Saturday edition. Just a little tribute to my boy Jay Giggs there. Jay, I hope you're doing well. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. I know he's been real busy. He's got a new live stream collaboration going on with Darth Microtransaction. Those two guys are fun. So if you get an opportunity to head over there during one of their live streams, you should catch it. I caught the first one, but unfortunately they stream at a time of day that it's very late for me, and I usually can't actually check out their live stream. Hey, Ace, thank you. Yeah, I missed you guys too. Hello, Syndragore, Angelica, Mike Johnson. I just finished a sandwich, so I'm sorry if I got weird mouth noises. Hey, Zonde. Yeah, that's why I started a couple of minutes late. I had to grab some lunch. But I'm excited. I'm excited for a Saturday edition of our Takeover Tuesday live stream. I like our Takeover live stream. And I didn't get to do it this week because I was on holiday with the family. And I originally, I brought my computer. I brought one of my monitors. And the problem was the setup wasn't awesome. The internet wasn't awesome. I did one Takeover Tuesday live stream, and then we had to pack up on Tuesday, and it just felt like too much to try to squeeze into one day. Ace, good for you. Or news that's good for you, I guess, is that I will be finally, I guess this is the announcement. I will finally be taking on paid takeovers starting Monday. This Monday, so 2 days from now, which I believe, is that the 1st of July? It is the 1st of July. So starting on July 1st, I will now have paid takeovers. So if anybody has been trying for a takeover or just is impatient, doesn't want to wait for the free takeover, or just needs more time because the free takeovers are not as in depth sometimes, there will be a paid takeover service starting on Monday. And my plan for the month of July is I'm going to try to offer a minimum of 10 hours of coaching a week. What I'd like to do is 20 hours of coaching, but we'll have to see. I've just decided that is more flexible than trying to do all the videos, which seems weird, but it's not. It's not, because the video thing is it takes planning and research and scripting and, my resources and all that stuff. And coaching, you simply request what you need. And, it's not too hard to do. So there's going to be more details coming up in the Discord community, probably tomorrow. But yeah, I'm starting on Monday. Hey, Robert. Yeah, that's awesome. You, yeah, I don't always start exactly on time. I try to, but, with the new baby and with everything else, it can be tricky. But the good news is, sorry, my monitor's a little. All right, that should be better. What was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. But yes, I normally I go on Tuesdays, and so have an opportunity on Saturday. More people hopefully will be free, and it should be a fun live stream. I hope we get a large, viewership today. We might not simply because people aren't used to me live streaming on Saturday, and I don't do it every Saturday, but this week we're gonna do it. Hey, Burso. Some good old noob versus pro emotes there. I like that. Oh, I was saying I don't always start exactly on time. I do try. But all right, we've got 23 viewers. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes here. I wanted to start this off with a couple of shard pulls. I picked up 3 ancient shards since yesterday. if you caught my shard pull video, did pretty well yesterday. Did pretty well. It's the first time in a long time I've had a good ancient shard return. Actually pulled three legendaries. No super exciting legendaries, but 3 legendaries is still really good out of, I think it was about 100 and, I want to say I pulled 160 shards, 150 shards. So let's go ahead and pull these 3 and see. Maybe we'll get lucky and pull a good epic. A good dupe epic or a couple of points. I mean, this is going to finish off my my champion chase reward track. I'd love more than just 3 rares. Come on, give me an epic. Give me at least 1 epic. There we go. All right, Crimson Helm, but 250 points, which is nice. So that should have maxed me out here in the tournament. Yep, we get the 5 Immortal Soulstones, which is really nice. That's more Immortal Soulstones than I probably ever had. And I am, somehow, I'm still in first place. I am still in first place. I don't expect that to last. Somebody's going to dig into their wallets and, you know, buy $100 worth of shards and pass me up. But we'll have to see. Thanks, Ace. You put Mashalid, Drang, and Helior, and you got your Vizix. Wow. Well, that's a lot of champions right in a concentrated period of time. I would say Helior is the least likely to be leveled up right now, unless for some reason you really needed him specifically. It's not that he's a bad champ. He's a very good defensive champ, very sturdy, and he has, where is it? So he does, you know, place a shield on all your allies. He has a cleanse. Transfers all debuffs from all allies to a target enemy that attacks that enemy with the default skill on a 3-turn cooldown. I mean, he's very good at, maybe, I mean, if you need a cleanse, you know, and if you need a tank, he's very hard to kill. Mashalid is really nice, does a lot of damage in arena and is useful in some other places. Also useful in some Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss teams. But he has an increased speed buff, increased crit damage buff. Also with the fears can be real pain in the butt in arena. I think he gets used in some Amius, like some Cintranos, the Cintranos boss. I think he gets used in that fight a little bit because of the healing reduction. I love Vizix. I think Vizix is absolutely awesome, and she's great for Doom Tower. She's great for Hydra. She's got that AoE slow, which is really important, and then she's got an AoE provoke, and she's Void Affinity, so she's not going to weak hit. So really good for Hydra. Although you have to be a little bit careful with her because she does have an ally protect on that slow, and she doesn't have a buff. She doesn't have a increased defense or a strengthen. So you have to bring that with somebody else, or she will die on you if you're using that ally protection in Hydra. In other places, usually she doesn't die except against bosses. Again, if you don't have like a strengthen buff or something. So I really love Vizix. I waited too long to build mine, and then I built her, and I was like, why did I wait so long? She's fantastic. And then the last one was Drang. So Drang is good, and his value was primarily, I mean, the highest value he had was for Sand Devil's Necropolis. And since Sand Devil's Necropolis has been nerfed, you don't need Drang anymore. He's still a very good option for stage 25 or whatever it is, the top stage. So the thing about Drang is he he has this AoE HP burn, which is really nice. It cannot be resisted, so it doesn't require accuracy. And then he can activate that HP burn on a single target with his A1. And so he's not as good as an AoE HP burn activator like Artak or I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. I'm blanking. What's her name? Sissia Flame Tongue. The lizard guy. Who's the lizard guy? Sulfurion, right? Yeah, so he's not as good as those champions, but he's still very good. So if you don't have an AoE HP burner, he's going to provide you with an excellent AoE HP burner who's very survivable because he has this A3, which is actually a pretty like chunky heal for your entire team. And then, you know, he's got a really big HP pool and a decent defensive stat. So it really, I mean, those are 4 different champions that give you 4 different things. So it really matters on what your account needs. I would say any of them are good. The most universally good is probably Vizix. But not everybody loves Vizix the way I do. So yeah, Sindragore. Vizix and Mithrala is awesome. Like that combo is really nice. You can use that combo in a lot of places. Viva, I have no problem doing the fusion. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this fusion. I know I skipped the last one, and I started the last one, and then because I was on vacation, I decided on like the 3rd day, I was like, nah, I'm done. I'm not gonna bother. I was just too distracted. Now this one, I haven't really researched him that much. I saw his kit. It seems interesting, but not compelling. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe somebody will theory craft some interesting teams with him, but overall, his kit without sort of the extra mechanic of like the Hound, the Packmaster stuff, it's not super exciting. So I could potentially skip this one. But if I chose to go for this one, I should have no problem. Because typically we start with a summon rush. And so I have sacreds. So it's usually 5 or 6 sacreds, maybe, you know, some mystery shards for the summon rush. And then we have another week, and then we have the champion chase. Now the champion chase I can complete with you know, fragment champions here. I've got plenty of fragment champions. I have Chronum, the Varl. Like these are champions I need to get. I've got epics here that I could get. And then I still have more sacred shards, and I'll probably pick up in a week's time. I'll probably pick up 15 ancient shards. Maybe something like that. Yeah, maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 12 to 15 ancient shards. So it's it hasn't put me at risk. It hasn't put me at risk for not being able to complete the fusion. But that's a good question. Now, that's not true for everybody, right? Depending on where you are in your account's progression, you may have wanted to save some ancient shards like Nopal this weekend and go for that fusion. But I don't think the fusion's a game changer. Even as a progression champion, I'm not sure how good he is. I think he has some interesting potential synergy. Oh, excuse me. Some interesting potential synergies with Fellhound, because Fellhound has an AoE A1 with a decreased speed, and so between the counter attacks and the ally attacks, you have some wave clearing potential there, which is kind of cool. But unless you have multiple Fellhounds, I'm not sure that it's worthwhile. So I don't know that it's like, as an early game or mid game player, I don't know that I would build 3 Fellhounds just to pair up with this one fusion champ. So yeah, now that Sindragore, that's potentially possible if they release some new epic or a legendary hound, right? Who gets added to the pack, which certainly that's the fear, right? That's the FOMO, which is like they've made the Packmaster or pack leader or whatever he's called, and now they're going to release more hounds. Release the hounds. Like that would be cool, right? And then you have some potential interesting interaction. Do I have any collabs planned? I was just thinking about that earlier today. I don't have any planned. I would like to do some. It's been a while since I've done some. My schedule's been so busy with the baby. There are still a lot of content creators I haven't collabed with. It'd be cool to talk to Odd One because he had a baby like a week and a half before I did. You know, his baby came, so it'd be cool to talk to another new father. I still haven't like worked with Cold Brew or Nub Raids or, you know, Taraku, or I mean, there are tons of great CCs out there I'd love to work with. Plus, the ones I have worked with, I'd like to work with again. I really enjoy working with other CCs on collabs. So we'll have to see. Saf would be good. Yeah, I like Saf. Saf stuff is really interesting. I don't know how good his kid is. I don't know how good his kid is, Zachary. I looked at it and I was like, it's okay. But what it honestly it felt like to me was a subpar legendary that has this pack leader thing that could potentially become really good if they release another. Like when I say subpar, I don't mean awful. I don't think he's an awful champion. I think he's maybe an average champion. He's a below average fusion, I think. Right? But he might be an average legendary. But again, I still that's just first impression. I haven't really examined his kit in depth. 2-turn taunt, 3-turn cooldown. That's good. That is good. Yeah, that would be nice. I would like to see some epic hounds, because that would give more players access to building teams around this guy, right? He's a fusion champion, which means he's free to play friendly. And so more players are going to get him. And then if you pair him with a legendary like hound champion that's like a void legendary or something, it's really hard to get. It's like, why? Now everybody has one of the duos and it can't chase the other one. Like I would never chase, I'm not going to buy void shards to try to chase a legendary void legendary hound. So I would much prefer to see like 2 or 3 additional epic hounds with interesting kits, interesting A1s, maybe, somebody who gives some buffs, somebody who has some more interesting debuffs or instant effects, You got Ignacius today. Congrats. Ignacius is solid. Oh, I'm sorry. Ignacius is an ogre. Yeah, Ignacius is solid. Kind of an OG. I've never actually, I think I built one, but it was a long, long time ago on a different account. So he has this A2 AoE provoke that has a 75% chance of provoke. And then he has this A3 that has a 100% chance of an HP burn that can't be resisted. Now, this can't be resisted kind of doesn't matter if you care about the provoke, because you need the accuracy for the provoke. You also need accuracy for the stun. But if you only want an HP burner, you can do this. He hits decently hard, but you can see that the cooldowns are long. This is a 5-turn cooldown, and this is a 4-turn cooldown. So I feel like he's been power crept. His multipliers are good, and he's a defensive-based champion, so he hits hard, and he's very survivable. He can be used in arena, but he could also be used as an AoE HP burner if you need it in particular places, like Spider. So what I would say is this. If you're relatively early or in the mid-game, he could be a very good progression carry for a lot of content. He's going to help you in Doom Towers. He's obviously going to be awesome in faction crypts. And he can be usable against certain bosses. But if you're in the later game or late mid game, he might not bring much value beyond what he brings to faction crypts. In which case, you can probably just keep him at level 50, build him relatively tanky, and get that, that accuracy and get that HP burn out there or that provoke out there. Maybe put him in a shield set. He should be enough at 50 to get you through faction crypts with a team, decent team around him. So don't overinvest unless you're going to use him as that kind of early to mid game carry. Okay. Let me, I know people are asking about more champs, but let's talk about a takeover, because it's Saturday. We're going to do a takeover because it's Saturday, because we missed Tuesday, and so we have to do a Saturday takeover stream. So if you've never seen one of my takeover live streams before, We're going to try to do at least 2 takeovers today. The way to enter yourself into the drawing is you have to become a member of the Discord community. So there's a link in the description of this live stream. Just go click on that. That'll bring you to the Discord. In the Discord, in the left-hand column are all the various channels and stuff. You want to scroll down until you see an area called the Coaching Corner. In the Coaching Corner, there is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. Okay, so in the Wheel of Takeover, don't do it just yet. There's going to be a message from Sun that everybody can react to. I'm going to reset that. So if you've reacted to it, I'm going to reset it in just a moment. So when you react to Sun's message, that's going to enter you into the drawing. You can win once every 90 days. So if you've won in the last 90 days, you will be ineligible. But if you won 100 days ago, you are eligible. Now, in preparation of the takeover, make sure that you have your login information ready. So your email address and your password. If you have 2-factor authentication on, that's fine. You'll just send me the code when I log in. If you don't have 2-factor authentication, don't turn it on right now because it can take a couple of hours to like come online and that can lock you out. Once you win, I will send you a DM. You just need to respond to my DM with your login information. And then I'm going to give you some new roles in Discord so that you can join the Coaching Voice with me. So I want you to join the Coaching Voice channel where I'm sitting. And you will be able to hear me. You won't be able to speak, but you'll be able to hear me in real time because the live stream is delayed by a few seconds. So rather than have to wait for, for hearing me over the live stream, just mute your live stream and, we can chat in the voice channel. Now you're going to have to just DM me information about what kind of takeover that you want and any, protections you want to lay on your account, like don't spend my silver or don't change this team or whatever. And we'll just help you out. All the live streams, all the different kinds of takeovers are on the table today. So any kind of takeover flies. Although I am better at some than others. It's also okay to just have a general takeover, like a general coaching session. If you're just interested in some ways to improve your account, I'll just take a look at your account and do the best that I can. Hello, Super Mew Kitty Cat. Good to see you. And thank you, Sauce. As a reminder, everybody, please like the stream. Hey, Midi. All right, so I think that's all of the information. So I am going to reset the reactions right now. So now you need to go to that Wheel of Takeover and react to Sun's message, and that will enter you into the drawing. Now, we have a nice 100% gear removal cost for the rest of the day, so anybody who wants rebuilds, we can save you a little bit of silver, and that's nice. But again, any kind of takeover you want. Red and cold like cherry soda. Yeah, I actually had like 120 million silver because I didn't do the last fusion, so the silver's just been building up. And then I actually, what I decided to spend it on? I actually bought vault space. I bought 320. Like I went from 300 to 320 in the master vault and in roster. And I don't think I bought any reserve space. Let's see what would this reserve space cost? 11.6. I hate that it costs silver to unlock vault space. I don't want to spend gems on it. Although the gems at this point are getting more efficient. Like I get gems faster than I get silver. Would you level up champions to 6 to get clan boss progression as fast as possible or wait for a champion training event? Well, there is a champion training. It's going on right now. So go ahead and level up your champions now. But in general, I don't wait for champion training. It's okay to push harder during champion trainings. There's a champion training like every 2 weeks or something. Maybe even faster. So they come around frequently. And if you want to push during champion training events, that's what Sun did on his Noob versus Pro account. He just pushed every time there was a champion training event and went for that legendary tome. And so you'll build a lot of 6 stars. Sometimes you don't have great 6-stars to choose from, but it doesn't matter. You're just building them so fast, and that helps you in faction crypts and other places. So that's okay. But in general, I would say if a new 6-star can progress your account in multiple areas, don't just wait for a champion training to make it happen. But I will say, as a caveat to that, 2 things. One is if you know that there's a fusion coming up that you want to do and there's a champion training event and you're worried about your resources, and so you want to hold off to make sure you maximize that champion training and get your fusion, then that would be worthwhile, right? Because then you're not just holding for the champion training event, you're holding for the fusion. And that's another legendary champion that may move the needle on your account. And the second thing is if there is a CVC that's coming up within a couple of days, sometimes I will delay and wait for the CVC, especially when it comes to legendary tomes. So if I'm going to, go ahead into the tavern and upgrade skills, I try to upgrade skills only during CVCs, preferably during personal reward CVCs like this one coming up. So that is something I will wait for, but I won't wait like 2 weeks. I wouldn't do that. And I definitely wouldn't wait a month. But I might wait a week if the progress wasn't critical. If the progress was critical, I'd still push it though. Good afternoon, Don Kelly. Good to see you. BM, I just described how the free takeovers work. You just want to go to my Discord, so click the link. Go down to the channel called The Wheel of Takeover and react to the message from my editor, whose name is Sun, and that will enter you into the drawing. You can win once every 90 days. Make sure to have your login information available so that when I DM you, you can DM me back with the login information, and then we'll get started on the takeover. All right, I'm going to give it one more minute. Morag, the Dwarfo girl. I don't think that's her official name, but she's awesome. She is pretty fantastic. I really enjoy that champion. You missed the Armand's fusion and the Wixwell fusion, which is unfortunate. They were both great fusions, but you're a new player, and that just happened. Whenever you come into the game, that's just what happens, So sometimes you don't have the resources to go after the fusion. At some point, you're going to have to pull the trigger on a fusion. Early on, what I found was every second or third fusion was about the rate that I could go after. So there are 13 fusions a year. And once I started doing fusions, I was sticking at around like 5 fusions for the first year. In the second year, I got to the point where I did like 9 or 10 of the fusions, and now I can do every fusion, but I still skip every once in a while just because I want to take a break. So I've done something like before this past fusion, I did like 11 out of 13 fusions or something like that, and then I just skipped one. Is this fusion worth the resources? I don't know yet. I will do a fusion plan when the fusion comes out. I usually incorporate a champion review at some point. I don't know if I'll do that as a separate video this time, but you can watch for that. Budget Unkillable is, if you can get to a 3-key Ultra Nightmare with it, then that's about the ceiling of a Budget Unkillable. It's not bad. It's not awesome. So if you're already close to a 3-key Ultra Nightmare with whatever team you're running, then I wouldn't invest in the Budget Unkillable. But if you're not there yet, then you could invest in the Budget Unkillable. All right, I'm going to go ahead and spin the wheel. Here we go. Good luck to everybody. Angelica, with a Budget Unkillable, you think you can get to 2-key Ultra Nightmare? I couldn't. Now maybe I could, but back in the day when I did it, I could not. But with unkillables, you can get to 1 key Ultra Nightmare. All right. We have our winner. Andy's Putta? Andy, congrats. I have sent you a DM. Please respond to it with your login information, and we will get this party started. Right? I can't help it. We'll get this party started quickly. Hopefully. What's the mercy system on the wheel? That's a good question. The mercy system on the wheel is that the wheel has no mercy. Yeah, Deadwood's awesome for finding clan boss compositions. Andy, buddy, you won. You gotta send me a DM in Discord. Hey, Isaac. All right, let's see what we can be doing here on this while we're waiting. Probably arena, right? Yeah. Do some arena. Yeah, I give about 5 minutes for people who don't respond, and then we'll just spin again. Yeah, I should do 2 takeovers today, probably. Andy, buddy. Got 2 more minutes. You're doing the Tower of Doom. Yeah, Doom Tower is great. If you're clearing that first clear of your first normal Doom Tower is so satisfying. And each Doom Tower, I mean, each of the normals that you clear and then each of the hard modes you clear, like every time you clear a new Doom Tower, it's very satisfying and it's meaningful to your account. There are no points at which it's not meaningful to your account. If for no other reason, then you always get a shard when you clear the last boss, right? So either a void shard or a sacred shard. But in addition to that, you know, you unlock all those resources for the forge. I hate when that happens. Andy, oh Andy. Or is it not Andy? Now I'm looking at the wheel and it's saying something else. Saying LeChuck? No, it's Andy. Andy's put it. Okay. Sorry, LeChuck. I got you excited. Sathalia, I was excited when I got Sathalia. She's okay. She's definitely usable. And she can be helpful in very specific cases. I would say, you know, she's maybe a B or B plus champion. She's got a cleanse with a heal. She's got a buff strip, which is nice. So she's definitely, she has value. I don't want to like say she doesn't have value. But I think she's been power crept a little bit. Oh, we got a message. There we go. Andy is here, just in time, with seconds to spare. We do have two-factor authentication. Hey, Shock. Good to see you. You had a stream today? That's awesome. All right, Andy, can do. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me give you, I forgot to give you the... Okay. You can now join me in the coaching voice. Sorry about that. I meant to give you the... Yeah. So I've got a two-factor authentication. It says the code was sent to your email. Oh, you got it. Okay. That is not the correct code. Let's try. That was the correct code. There we go. All right, so we have a request for sort of a general takeover. And we will do what we do with those kinds of takeovers, where we start with sort of an account overview. It's always a good place to start. Actually, a better place to start is clicking red dots. Go ahead and swap this out for somebody. Oh, you pulled a lot of shards. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll throw in somebody. Yeah. We've got 28 million in silver. I like to see that. We've got 36,000 energy, which is crazy. That's absolutely insane. Check in. All right. You've got your Gerda ready to go. Awesome. Okay, so level 74 God of War. Let's look at the daily login information. You are on Lady Erish. So that's like a year and a half, I want to say, ish. About a year and a half, maybe a little bit more. Let's look at the roster. Let me actually all right, so how many 6 stars do we have? We have, I think it's 9 across, right? 9, because my screen is shrunk. Normally it's 10, but it's 9 for me. So 27, 28, 28 6 stars. You've got some good ones. And then some that are maybe not as high value. Not necessarily bad. Obviously you have a 6-star on the gear grinder, so I understand, why you pursue that. But some good champions. I mean, you've got Ultimate Death Knight, Artak, Drang, Wukong. So you got a lot of login champions, as well as highly usable. Archbishop is not bad either. You do have an Inquisitor Shamail, which is awesome for Hydra, and a Seeker, which is awesome everywhere. You got your Deacon, so that's good to see. You do have both. You got 2 Tagores, which is interesting. I'm not 100% sure why that happened, but Tagore is a good champion. He's a good epic. He's a reviver. Yeah, I mean, he's solid. He's solid. You do have your Mithrala, so I would highly recommend getting her to 6-star soon. And you also have Aislinn, who could be very valuable. Speaking of Sethalia, somebody was talking about Sethalia. So Sethalia is solid. She has an HP burn on her A1, which is nice. On her A2, she has a single target cleanse that places a block debuff buff for 2 turns and then heals that ally by 75% of their max HP. But here's the thing. If the first target is fully healed by that skill, then she heals all other allies by 20% of their max HP and fills their turn meter by 15%. So with a 75% heal, you're typically getting that, but you do have to watch out because it's potentially possible to not get this heal. And then the A3 is a 100% chance of full buff removal, and it decreases the turn meter of all enemies by 10% and fills the turn meter of allies by 10%. And then you get additional based on how many buffs were removed. So pretty solid. Pretty solid. Not amazing, but solid. This cleanse is, as a single target cleanse, it's kind of the thing where you pick another champion, usually like a reviver or another cleanser to cleanse. You can build her in high resist, and that can be useful. That's how I have mine built. You do have a Geomancer, so that would be an epic to focus on in the short term. You've got some, I like Yakarl here. Brachus can give you a great arena damage dealer if you need it. I think Black Knight's pretty good too, although I don't have one. You don't need one, right? You've got Gembo. He's fully booked. He's got 2 stars. Crushing Rend. So I'm sure he's your arena nuker. And you've got Rhonda and Rathalos as backups. Yeah, it's a pretty solid roster. And it's got potential for growth. You got plenty of good champions to build next. I'm looking down here at Farrakhan the Fat, probably a high value epic. He may be your highest value epic, although Creodan is also really good for Fire Knight hard mode if you're not progressing there. And then, yeah, so Geomancer. Gorgrab's great too, although I don't know that you need. Same with Haikatu. Okay. Let's look at your clan boss. Oh, let's get our chest for today. Master chest ×2. Crit damage, immortal gloves. 4-star, unfortunate. Okay, so you've been playing for a while, and at least based on what it looks like, you don't have your Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team yet. So this is where I would focus. I think this is what you need to solve. So let's take a look and see what we can figure out. We may not have a team available that's going to be an easy fix. Sorry, there's some confusion here. Andy, if you want, we can swap accounts. Not a problem. We can swap if you want. You want to stick here? Okay. All right, we're going to stay with this account. So what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm actually going to go to the Hell Hades artifact optimizer, whatever. The optimizer. I haven't used it in a while. I don't even know where it is. I got to find it. I don't use the optimizer very often myself. Where is it? There it is. Probably has to update. We'll see if the optimizer can recommend a build. Now, you have Seeker and Deacon, which would allow you to build a 3-for-1. And Geomancer can be very good with an unkillable team, but I don't think we have any unkillable champions. I didn't see any unkillable champions. So let's go for... Yeah, and then this one. I don't know. I don't have Aislinn, but I don't think he's an AoE block damage, right? Yeah, block damage on this champion. So we don't have that option, and you don't have Wixwell. You're welcome, Andy. No problem. I'm glad. I'm glad you're getting some help here. It's fun to win, right? It's fun to win the takeover. But okay, so I'm gonna look for ally protectors. Let's look for ally protectors. All right, again, I don't know Aislinn that well. Let's see. Places a shield on all allies and an ally protection buff on all champions. Except this champion for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Block damage on this champion for 2 turns if you have 2 faction allies. Allies under ally protection buffs have a 20% chance of counterattacking when hit. Kunoichi is actually pretty good, but again, there's a couple of issues here. One is that she fills her turn meter by 50%. I like the weaken and the leech. And the block damage can be useful, so she doesn't die, but you need a lot of healing with her, and it can be tricky. You have Taragi the Frog, who is kind of the classic ally protector that most people go with because he's an epic. He's more easily obtained, and then he's got the poisons and the decreased attack. So he's awesome for clan boss. But right now he's only level 40. Sandlash Survivor is a good champion for the buff extension, but I don't think her ally protection is actually all that reliable because it's a passive. The other one here is Miscreated Monster. Let's see what the yeah, I gotta update the optimizer. Okay. What about increased defense champions? I don't think Green Warden is particularly useful. See? Yeah. Okay. This is an increased defense and a shield with a heal on a 4-turn cooldown. He actually seems pretty good. He actually seems pretty good. He's not booked. Hey, Suzanne. Good to see you. Yeah, this is tricky because unfortunately, I'm looking at champions, like you don't have many of the legendaries booked. And the legendaries that you do have booked, which are very good, by the way, I'm not like you should have Artak booked, but he's not really a clan boss champion. You can kind of use him as one in the meantime because it's like, why not? But if you do, you're going to want to run him with higher accuracy and higher speed. Same thing with Ultimate Death Knight. Not really a clan boss champion, can be useful in a pinch because he's got decreased attack. He gives you some sustain with the shield and the continuous heals, and he can soak up the damage from the stun, which is nice. Again, certain affinities. You want to get him out of lifesteal. You want him in regen. Okay, lifesteal is for attack-based damage dealers for the most part, or at least damage dealers, champions that hit hard. So even they could be an HP-based damage dealer or a defensive-based damage dealer, but they have to hit hard. And Ultimate Death Knight doesn't hit hard. If you want to keep him alive, if you want him to get health back, what you need to do is give him regen, or maybe Stalwart so he takes less damage, or some immortal pieces, like whatever, but not lifesteal. Lifesteal goes on champions like Ron. Or champions maybe like Rathalos, or like your starter champion like Kael or Elhain. These are the champions that you want in lifesteal gear. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna see what the optimizer suggests. Yeah, so you can see like down here, you have a team with Geomancer, Taragi, Mithrala. Like this team is pretty solid from a theoretical standpoint, right? Taragi is your ally protector. Mithrala gives you the extra defenses on top of the ally protection. She gives you the increased defense, the strengthen, and the shield. She's also acting as a cleanser here. You have Geomancer, because the more turns that you go, the harder, like the more damage he's going to do, because he gets, the reflect. I think Godseeker here is a miss. I wouldn't put Godseeker in here, but you do need some form of healing. Now, the leech from Deacon Armstrong can be helpful, but it might not be enough. And so I understand having a healer here, and this player might not have had a lot of other options. Plus, you get that kind of emergency revive situation, so you might get 1 or 2 extra turns at the end of the fight. But I don't know that I would put Godseeker here. I would rather have somebody like Apothecary, like speed this team up. Well, maybe not. This might be more of a 4-3 team, so you don't even need an increased speed. Farrakhan would be a nice champion there. I mean, you get poisons from Mithrala, but it's the A1s aren't doing much here. So you don't want to mess with the HP burns of Geomancer, so maybe not Farrakhan. Tagore, maybe? Increased defense on the ally with the lowest, but we have the increased defense. Increased speed buff on all allies. Then heals all allies by 15%. Revives all dead allies. So probably not. I think the foundation of Mithrala and Taragi the Frog is a good one. Unfortunately for you, Mithrala is at 50 and Taragi is at 40. But I think that's a very good combo. What I would probably do with that combo is bring in Geomancer. All right, so this is probably where I would focus. Let's see. I don't know who the lead would be yet. We'd probably want a defensive lead, but so maybe Ultimate Death Knight. Maybe we stay with Ultimate Death Knight because he's built, but we'd get him into like a regen set or probably a Guardian set or a Stalwart set. That's probably where I would look to him. I want to decrease the amount of damage that he takes as much as possible, and get him some regen. He's going to add a little sustain to your team. I mean, not add, you already have him on the team, but in the team composition, those continuous heals are going to be enough to kind of keep the team going, right? So you have this, and then I would go Mithrala and Taragi. And I think you had a 5-star Geomancer somewhere. Didn't you have a 5-star Geomancer or 6-star Geomancer? There you go. Okay. So with this, you get ally protection, increased defense, strengthen, shields, a second champion with shields, continuous heals. You have a cleanse. You have an HP burn. You have poisons. You have a decrease attack. You have a weaken. You have another decrease attack. I mean, that team has a lot. That team has a whole lot for Clan Boss. It basically has everything you need. The only thing, like you got 2 champions with poisons. The only throwaway that I can see is that I don't think the Hex will do anything. But let's see, just a second. I want to look at UDK for just a second, because I think Okay. Okay, so we don't have a decreased defense champion, I don't think. Now, what you could do with this team is throw in Rathalos. So Geo and Rathalos would provide the damage. Actually, Mithrala will do a decent bit of damage with the poisons. But the HP burn from Geo will activate Rathalos' passive, and Rathalos half the time on his A1 will drop a decreased defense, and it doesn't require or it's not blocked. I forget if it's unresistible or can't be blocked. I think it's irresistible, so it doesn't require accuracy. So now you've got, 2 solid damage dealers with Geomancer and Rathalos who really synergize well, and then you've got all the defenses to keep them alive. Now, this would be run at a slow speed. This would probably be a 4-3 speed. So you'd want Mithrala and Taragi at a 4-3 speed, and maybe Rathalos if you could get him there, and then UDK could be at a 1-1, and Geomancer can be at a 1-1. I think that's probably the way you would go, although, you can mess around with the speed tune. Now, this will probably get you a 3-key Ultra Nightmare without a lot of effort, right? You will have to speed tune it. And I do think that would be viable. And it should get you to a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. You could push this team to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare, would be my guess, but it would require a lot of tweaking and a lot of investment and a lot of really good gear. And, you'd have to do like area bonuses and make sure you build your Great Hall and do all the things and like keep, eking up and up. But my guess is that these 5 champions could potentially get you to a 1-key Ultra Nightmare, although I think 2-key is more realistic. Now, there's another possibility, which is you take Rathalos out of this and you look for a buff extent. And that could allow you to have all of your buffs up basically 100% of the time when the boss goes. And then you run that team again, probably mostly at a 4-3. And again, probably a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. But a 2-key Ultra Nightmare is a really happy place to be, right? 3-key Ultra Nightmare is a super happy place to be. That's the first place you want to be. 1-key Nightmare, 3-key Ultra Nightmare. Then you're getting both top chests. But that 2-key Ultra Nightmare allows you to go after the brutal chest as well. So I do like this possibility. And the nice thing about it is it doesn't require crazy gear. It doesn't require crazy gear because you're going slow and you don't have to go too high on the accuracy. I think UDK's defense in all battles aura is probably the best. But you could go with J. I think Geo's got an HP aura, right? All battles. You could go with that. You could try both auras and see which one is giving you greater sustain. Probably the defenses. So I like this team, but this does take an investment. You're going to need to get 3 champions to 60. 1 from 40 up to 60 and 2 from 50 up to 60. Now, the nice thing, I think, is that Geo is booked, right? Geo's booked. Geo's fully booked. And UDK is fully booked. Rathalos, you don't have to worry about the books right away. Like, it'd be nice, but that it is extra damage, but that can wait. Mithrala's books can't. You need her books because you need this A3 at the very least on the 3-turn cooldown. I guess technically you could get it to a 4-turn cooldown and run her at a 4-3. You also want this increased defense on a 3-turn cooldown. So, the good news is she doesn't take a lot of books. It's only 8 books. And I would say she's still a top 10 legendary in the game, including all legendaries. She's still a top 10 legendary in the game. She might be as high as like top 5. I used to put her at like number 3 or 4, but there have been some really good legendaries that have come out since then. So, but I still think she's a top 10 legendary, and you got her for free. So this is the champion I would probably focus on next, because she's going to help you everywhere. She's not just going to help you in clan boss. She's going to help you everywhere. And then get your Geo to 6 stars, because Geo's an epic that will help you everywhere. These are 2 universally useful champions. This one's already booked, so get him to 6 stars, get Mithrala to 6 stars, and get her booked. And this is the champion I would put the books into next. Now, the other option that I was thinking of, but I don't know that we'll find something that works better, is in the Banner Lords, because you have Aislinn. Like, would it be potentially worth it to try to put together so here you have the increased defense, and then I think Aislinn has the ally protect and the shield. He also puts a block. If you have 2 faction allies, you put a block damage on this champion for 2 turns. He's got a heal. He removes shields. That's interesting. Allies under shield buff are immune to stun, freeze, sleep. And allies under ally protection have a 20% chance of counterattacking. So if you could potentially put Aislinn in a team with, right now it would probably be Gizcard and Rathalos. And then you'd get the three ally faction, or the 2 ally faction unity bonus, right? I think that's how that works. And then you'd have ally protection, increase attack, increase defense. Oh, that reminds me. So one of the issues here with the speed tune is that Rathalos has an increased speed buff on his A3. And it's just for himself. It does give him an increased crit damage buff, and it hits decently hard. So you have to watch out for that in the speed tune, especially if you're going at like a 1-to-1. It might not matter. It might be fine, but you do have to watch out for that. So, consider that when you're speed tuning. I think this is better than the Aislinn thing. I don't know how I would make the Aislinn thing work. But this feels like a really good clan boss team that'll get you to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare without too much of a headache. If we want to really quickly do a speed tune, let's see if we can do a speed tune. When I do a 1-to-1 or a 4-to-3 speed tune, usually I just start with a blank calculator page. I don't start with a template, but you could come down here and go to a 4-to-3, and there are two that I like to look at. One is this one, this 3-4-3 alternate, 3-4-3 champs alternate. So this gives you 3 champions running at a 4-to-3 ratio. And then you can also do the normal one, which is not the alternate, but just 3 champions at a 4-to-3, 3-4-3 champs. So these give you some options for some 4-3 teams. And you can see the speeds are a little bit different here. A little bit different. They give you different turn orders, which matter. But what I like to do is I typically just start with a blank page. Let's go ahead and put in Ultimate Death Knight, Mithrala. We'll do Froggy, Geo, and Wrath. Okay. And now I'm just going to start. I'm going to give them a little bit of a variation in speed. I want to run Ultimate Death Knight kind of slow, so I'm just going to make him at 195 or so, just faster than the boss. I want to run Mithrala pretty fast. I'm going to run her at like 245. Taragi, let's say we'll run him at like 220. Geo, we'll run him at like 191. And say Rathalos. Okay, now why did I choose those speeds? I chose those speeds for a couple of reasons. One is, like, I'm going to tweak the speeds anyway. Mithrala deserves to be the fastest champion on this roster. You want her fast. The faster you can run her, the better she is for all content. Nobody else needs speed. Nobody else here needs speed. So I just spread them out a little bit to give some room. But I think what it's probably going to happen is I'm going to need to run somebody a little bit faster. It'll probably end up being Ultimate Death. Let's run him at like 280. Yeah. Okay. Now, what you can see here is this is basically a 1-to-1 speed tune, right? So what you want is you want Taragi the Frog to be in the bottom spot. His ally protection should go up, right before the AoEs land, preferably in the first column. We want that AoE here in the first column. We want the ally protect in the first AoE column. So I just want to look at Taragi's hit for a second. Let's see. What's his ally protect is his A3, right? Yeah. So his A3. So we want his A3 at the bottom of the first column. All right, so probably the way to do that is just do this, right? Yeah. Okay. And then you get the ally protect for both. You can see for both AoEs, which is what you want. And then you need Mithrala to put up her defense on the same turn so that he's covered. And that's her A3. That gives the strength and I mean, they're both the A2 and the A3 are defensive, right? The A3 gives you the strengthen and the shield, and the A2 gives you the increased defense. So based on this, what I would probably do is I'd like her right above Taragi the Frog. That would be best. I could do. Is there a way I can do that? Let's see. If I speed up Rathalos a little bit, can I get him out of that spot? Nope. There we go. All right, so if I get her to 250, well, now Rathalos is in the last spot. That's not awesome. Although I can swap the champions if I need to. All right, so let's swap Taragi down to 199. And we'll speed up to 20. No. All right, go back. Why did this get messed up? All right, we'll just stick with this for now. This is just a theory craft anyway. Like, you're going to want to mess around with the speeds. And again, you could try these 2 different speed templates if you're going for 4 to 3 stuff, which actually might be better. Let's see. Taragi. His ally protector is on a 3-turn, right? So, and Mithral is on a 3-turn. So we're just going to run everybody at a 1-to-1. That's fine for now. But so I think what we would do is we'd do Mithrala's. I think we would probably open with her A2, right? Maybe we open with her poison. What I want to get is the A2 and the A3 in columns 1 and 2. Yeah. It's not going to work at these speeds, I don't think. That's frustrating. I slowed her down. So interesting, when you slow champions down, you can actually get extra attacks in because they line up differently. Yeah, anyway, I don't, it would take a while for me to tweak this, but we could definitely find a speed tune that would work. Now, the reason a 1-to-1 is good here is that means nobody outruns the buffs. Let me check your roster for just a second. That's probably why the Godseeker and Neri was in the team, actually. It wasn't for the healing, it was for the buff extension. Okay, so now I'm thinking about, like, what if we do this instead? We're going to lose some damage, but we're still just shooting for a 2-key Ultra Nightmare anyway. So if we go to the speed tune, right, this allows us to use that buff extension. What I would probably want to do. Why did these change? Why is Mithrala in the final spot now? That doesn't. We had Taragi there before. Okay, so that's the right order. So we want Taragi using his A3 here at the bottom. That's the ally protection. And we want Godseeker. We need Godseeker after Mithrala so that she extends the buff at the right time. Now, Ultimate Death Knight will take the damage from the stun, which alleviates some of the pressure on Taragi the Frog, which is nice, right? But that means Ultimate Death Knight needs both the strengthen and the increased defense up when he takes the stun. And as you can see here in the third column, that strengthen is coming off of him. There we go. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So in this case, what we have is Mithrala puts up her shield and strengthen for the A1. So the A1 AoE will hit the shield, which is what we want, right? Then on the A2, she puts up her increased defense and increased attack. So on the AoE 2, we have strengthen and increased defense. Plus, if the shield is left, right, then great. If not, that's fine. And then what's going to happen is for the stun, Ultimate Death Knight will have the strengthen and the increased defense. And we could even put his shield up at that point. We want to make sure that the decrease attack also goes up at the right time, preferably for both AoEs. So that would be Ultimate Death Knight's, what is that? That's his A2, right? Yes, decrease attack is the A2 and his A3 is his shield. So what we'd want is the Ultimate Death Knight's A2 to be in the first column. And then his A3 to be later. So what we want to do is delay this. So his A2 is in that column. That's actually not that bad. We could do it like this. Just do a 1-turn delay. That way the decreased defense goes up in the first column and he puts up his shield in the second column. And so if his shield is broken in the first column, he'll still have some shield in the second column. And then the stun, he'll have all the defenses plus the decreased attack up. No, decreased attack will come down. But that's okay. That's pretty good. Where is that Godseeker buff extension? It's happening here. Yeah, I would probably do this. I would delay the buff extension by 1 turn. You're going to get more continuous heals and more increased attack off of it. And the defenses are basically the same. You still have the strengthen. You still have the strengthen and the shield on the AoE 1. You still have the increased defense and the strengthen on the AoE 2. And then Ultimate Death Knight still is perfectly covered on the stun. That's it. So go ahead and bookmark this video if you want to come back and use this speed tune. This is going to be a relatively easy speed tune to get. You could even mess around with these speeds a bit. You could drop the speed of some of these champions below the 190 threshold. Let's go ahead and look. I mean, this is going to work at Ultra Nightmare as well. You can see it'll tune. It'll be a little bit different. Like you might need a different skill distribution. But it'll probably be just fine because the damage coming in will be much less. But that's a nice 1-to-1 speed tune that'll probably get you a 3-key Ultra Nightmare right away and a 2-key Ultra Nightmare down the road. And then you can just wait for your Wixwell or your Demitha or whatever. And as soon as you get your Demitha, you're going to have a 3-to-1 speed tune because you've got the you've got the Seeker and the Deacon Armstrong. So I like this. And again, Mithrala, runs really well at like 245. I mean, if you can get her faster, if you can find a speed tune here where you can actually run her faster than this and still stay at a 1-to-1, or have her in a 3-turn cycle, you could also try to run her at a 4-to-3. That would be good because she's going to be useful in all of your Doom Tower waves. She's going to be useful against a lot of Doom Tower bosses. She's going to be useful against Hydra. She's going to be useful. She's huge in faction crypts. She's good in all of the dungeons. You can run her literally in all of the dungeons. Although I don't typically run her against Fire Knight, but I do run her against Spider. I run her against Dragon. She's great against Ice Golem too. She's good in all 3 of those dungeons. She's good against Iron Twins. She's good against Phantom Shogun. So she's literally the most important champion on your roster right now. And I would say this is the champion that you want to build next. And she's worth all the books and all the effort to get to where you need her to be. I would probably just build her in perception sets. We got plenty of perception gear, so just go ahead and find some 6-star. You want accuracy on her. So let's start with that. Oops. You don't need you don't need any kind of offensive stats on her at all. So accuracy is the most important stat, and speed, and then the rest is just HP and defense. So, you know, if we were talking about a build, I would start there. Okay. So that, I was just looking for sets that we could build here, but it looks like you don't have any special accessories. So that would make me probably lean towards speed if we could do it, or immortal maybe. 4 stars aren't great. Let's see. Protection would be okay. I know these are 4-star pieces, but I think they both have speed and accuracy as substats, and they have the right, you know, defensive stuff. Now, shield would, I mean, HP would be great too. But for right now, this gives you sort of a nice baseline to start from. Ooh, accuracy, that's nice. I haven't landed a single speed roll yet, but I'm landing all the accuracy rolls. This should go to. And we missed on all of our rolls. There's one. I mean, accuracy is very good on her. You want as high an accuracy number as you can possibly get on this champion. I'm going for HP on the accessories because she's gotten all defense on her gloves and chest. So okay, so now the key to Mithrala, if you don't know, is this passive. Here it says increases this champion's resistance. The amount by which it is increased is equal to the amount of the accuracy this champion has. So whatever resistance she has, you can add that to the accuracy, and that's going to be the actual resistance. So here, let me just show you for a second. Her resistance is 45 plus 239 right now. Right? So she's got 284 resistance right now. You put an accuracy banner on her, that's going to go up. You get a Lore of Steel, that's going to go up more, right? I would like to see her faster, right? This 182 is not nearly fast enough. Remember, she's not 6 stars yet. Let's see what her base speed is 99. That goes up at 60. I think her base speed is like 105 or something. 109, it's higher. So you're going to get an additional, bunch of speed out of that, plus that additional HP. So you should be able to get her over 200 speed. Again, an accuracy banner with speed substat is what you want to put on her when you get her 6 stars. So so this will give you at least 5 additional speed. Maybe you roll a couple of times into there. And then if you glyph all of this, you're going to be able to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional speed glyphs, which say gives you 20, call it 20 speed. And now you're going to be running her at a much better speed. So the 20 plus, say, 10. Yeah. That's still only about 217, 216, something like that. But at least that's a starting point. And then you're going to look to replace this gauntlet and this chest piece with 5 or 6 star gear of the perception set. That's the primary set that you want. If you don't have perception gear, speed or immortal speed is probably not immortal speed. What's it called? Immortal speed, divine speed. Thank you. Divine speed. So divine speed or speed would be better here. You could try accuracy if you had an accuracy pieces that had a lot of speed on it. But again, you want defensive percentage or HP percentage here. You don't really want anything else. The only one substitute that I might consider is an accuracy chest plate. If you had like a 6-star accuracy chest plate that had really good substat rolls. But then you want to make sure you're getting a lot of defenses from your other substats. And this Mithrala, I mean, right now, this Mithrala is usable even at 5 stars. You're going to find her highly useful. But get her to 6 stars as soon as possible and get her booked as soon as possible. Let's see. Do you have any books? You don't have any books. So the nice thing about Mithrala is she takes 8 books. And you don't really need all 8. If you miss on the A1, you can actually get these 4. If you can get just these 4 books for the A2 and the A3, that's going to be that'll be fantastic. Like that would be enough to then move on to building another legendary champion and just book her out later when you get extra books. Yeah, so you've got the save team here. And again, remember that this Godseeker Aneri could be a Rathalos or could be somebody else. So this 6th spot or this 5th spot is really flexible. You have these 4 other champions. Again, the 1-to-1 speed tune is just a starting point. It's hard to get a 1-to-1 speed tune to a 1 key. That's likely not going to happen. In fact, it might be tricky to get to a 2 key, but getting this to a 3 key Ultra Nightmare should happen relatively easily, even at a 1-to-1 speed tune, because you have everything that you want. You have literally everything you want here. You have HP burns, you have poisons, you have all the defenses. You're going to go maybe 35 turns here, pretty quickly. A typical kind of balanced team goes like 25 turns. A glass cannon team goes like 19 to 22, something like that. So, you're talking about 35, 38 turns, maybe 40 turns. And remember that Geomancer, every time you take an AoE, Geomancer's doing that reflect, right? So you have that. You're going to want everybody masteried. Make sure that they have War Masters. So so that they're all doing that damage. That includes Taragi, that includes Mithrala, that includes Ultimate Death Knight. If you have a Brimstone for Ultimate Death Knight, that's great. And then, that could potentially do extra damage as well. I do think you could get this to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare without breaking the bank in terms of resources. You may want to get to some 4-3 speeds. The 4-3 speeds with ally protection can be weird, though, because a champion running at 4-3 may drop the ally protect when you don't want them to. But if we take a look at your... This is just a sort of a theoretical speed tune. Don't necessarily go with this speed tune. But one of the things that you can do here is remember that in the third column, in the stun column, Ultimate Death Knight takes the damage, right? So what that means is if you're going to drop your strengthen or your ally protect or your increased defense from a champion, you can do it here in the third column. So when you're looking at 4-3, like, let's look at this speed tune. I don't know what this will look like. Is everybody going at a 4-3? No, Skull Crusher's going at a 1-1. And Iron Brago's going at a 1-1. But so the point here is, like, Jareg goes twice in this third column. You can see that, right? So he would outrun a buff, but he's outrunning it in the third column where it doesn't matter because he's covered here. Now, the problem is Fane is outrunning her buff in the second column. So during this second AoE, she's going to get hit hard. So this would be, what you want to avoid. You want to try to stack the 4-3s in the third column as much as possible, which may mean that, you can't use that speed tune. Maybe you have to use a different speed tune. Maybe you use one with 2 4-3 champions or just 1 4-3 champion. But that's how, you can get extra damage by getting more turns. You just have to watch out for where you are dropping the skill. Now, you could potentially have somebody buffed after they go a second time in a column, right? So for instance, if Fane goes here twice, but then the Skull Crusher was like the buff champion, then it wouldn't be so bad, right? Because then you get buffed after you go twice. So you outrun half the buffs, not all of the buffs. So that's another thing you can kind of look at going forward. I would highly recommend moving in the direction of this team, this ally protection team in 1-1, because it's the nice thing about this team for you is that they are all high value champions. None of these champions are throwaway champions that are only used here. Based on where your account is, you need as much value from every champion that you're going to build as possible. So Mithrala gives you value everywhere. Hydra, Spider, Doom Tower, Iron Twin, all the places, right? Plus she gives you value here. So when you build her next, there's no loss. Even if you end up taking her out of the Clan Boss team later, that's fine because she's created Clan Boss progress for you. Plus she's usable in all these places. Same thing with Geomancer. Geomancer is usable in so many places. So building these 2 champions next, you're building 2 champions that are such high value that even if you take them off of this team in a month, it's still worth having them at 6 stars and built. So there's no loss of value here. I would say, the one champion that is more specifically attached here would be Taragi, right? Because Taragi really is such a Clan Boss specialist, but he's still going to give you value against some Doom Tower bosses. He's still going to give you value against, faction war, the faction crypt. So he's still going to give you value in Doom Tower special rooms. There's still going to be value here, even if you end up moving away from Taragi. It's always good to have an ally protector. It's always good to have a provoker, right? He's a provoker as well. So he's got this provoke. It's an AoE provoke on his A2. It's only a 50% chance. It does increase based on debuffs. But so that's always nice to have. That's always nice to have for wave content. You can use that in a couple of places. But but he is the closest thing to a clan boss specialist, like out of this team. And again, if you build Rathalos, to pair with Geo, that pairing works in a lot of places, not just here on Clan Boss. And if you have an AoE HP burner, which you do in Artak, and you have another one in Walking Tomb Drain, Rathalos pairs really well with these two guys as well. So you can use them in Hard Mode Spider. It's a really good combo, Rathalos and Hard Mode Spider. Or Rathalos with, Artak, let's say, in Wave content. As far as the gear is concerned for these champions, yeah, you have some options. So, you have Immortal here on Godseeker, which isn't bad, but honestly, what you want to do is reduce the damage that's coming in. You don't want to heal. For Clan Boss, you want the most, like the least healing that you can get away with. And you want to have the most defenses that are effective. So for Clan Boss, the best sets tend to be Defiant is one of the best sets possible, right? So if you have good Defiant pieces, that's definitely a top tier. After Defiant, you want to think about Stalwart, right? Stalwart and Defiant work really well together, or you can work them separately. So those are really good. You could put somebody in a Guardian set. I don't see any Guardian. Oh, here's Guardian. So Guardian is like a mini ally protection. You would put this on somebody other than Taragi the Frog to spread the damage a little bit. You could potentially put this on UDK if you have enough defenses on him, because remember, he's going to be taking some damage from the stun anyway. You could put this on Godseeker or Neri to spread out the damage even more. As far as Geomancer is concerned, I'm not really sure. Like for Geomancer, you want to make sure you have the accuracy and then you want the defensive stats. So really you have a lot of flexibility there for Geomancer. For Mithrala, it's perception sets all the way. So Godseeker, Taragi, and UDK are really the defensively built champions. And then Mithrala and Geomancer are a little bit more flexible. I'm sorry, Mithrala is not really flexible. You want all perception sets on her. You don't really want anything else. But Geo's more flexible. So yeah, Guardian set, Defiant set. You can't bring Relentless. Yeah, and then the Stalwart set. If you needed a filler set, a good filler set could be Resilience, because you get a lot of this for free. And it gives you defense and HP, both of which are good and make it tankier. So this could be a filler set. 2 of these pieces works really well. And you're going to have higher stars and more of this gear because it is a forge set. Let's go ahead and check out your forge. So you have a lot of these materials that you can forge. I know you don't have that much silver in terms of the silver bars, the Magisteel, but silver, it's Magisteel. You don't have as much of the steel, but you have a lot of these materials. So you want to go ahead and forge those. If you have any Defiant left to forge, even the 5-star can be worth it at this level. That's what I would do. Sorry, I just lost my chat. See how fast your Deacon is. Your Deacon is 193. Looking at your arena team just real quickly, what I would highly recommend here is I think you're better off. This is the team setup I would. This is the team I would use. And what you want to do here is like you've got to drop defense, you've got an increased attack, you've got 2 turn meter fills. You probably actually want Seeker as your fastest champion, although it's okay if Deacon is your fastest champion. So I would push the speeds on these 2 champions. So Deacon is right now at 193, which is kind of slow for him, and Seeker is at 140, which is way, way too slow. So I would rebuild these champions. Wukong needs enough accuracy, so I would get him into perception gear. You don't need him in Stone Skin. He's got his passive revive. So what I would look to do here is get Deacon in. This is a decent build, actually. This is a pretty good build for Deacon. If you could get a little bit more speed onto him, I would do so. So for instance, okay, let's see about this. Let's hit speed. Now, of course, it's crit damage. Still, I'd probably is getting you more accuracy and more speed. Look at the but yeah, so I would keep looking for perception pieces or speed pieces that give you speed and accuracy. I've not been lucky with the speed rolls today. We've been very lucky with the accuracy. You don't need crit rate on him. This is a good gauntlet for him because it's got speed and accuracy and a hit both rolls. But I would look for an HP gauntlet or a defensive percentage gauntlet. HP is better probably, and get as much speed as again. Now we're up to 206. Right now we're up to 300 and almost 363 actually 363 accuracy. So we're over 360 now. The speeds are starting to approach where we want, but this guy, I mean, Merciless is kind of interesting, right? Because Merciless, like if you get this cooldown, that's kind of the cool thing, right? But for Arena, you want him fast. And you don't really care about how hard he hits. So what I would say is for this guy, let's start with speed boots. Both of these chess pieces are good defense and Attack. Let's roll some speed. Come on, get some speed somewhere. Nice. I need something. Speed roll. There we go. Come on, double up. You're always building for the primary purpose of your champions. And so both Deacon and Seeker need to be fast. They could both use accuracy as well, but speed is the primary stat here. All right, we got him. We're going to try to get him a bit faster. Let's see, what are we, 238? Let's see if we can get to like 245. $245. All right. Been kind of quiet today. I don't know why. But this is nice. 252. So we went from what, 130 something to 252, right? So now what you've got here is you've got a champion who can potentially win some speed races. Nice with the accuracy. Really nice there. That accuracy is also going to help us with provokes, right? 219 is not quite high enough, but that's okay. You can get more by, you can get 28 more by taking this to 6-star. Let's do that. Maybe we'll roll into speed too. In HP. But okay, so 247 accuracy. Not bad. Let's actually going to use that. Okay. 253. Very nice. All right, so now the way that this works, let's look at the 2 damage champions. We're running at 174 and 160. I would get this champion out of. You don't need 100% crit rate on Genbo. You need 70% crit rate. We'd probably rebuild him as well. And again, I'd get Wukong out of this and into Perception Gear. You want his accuracy to be like 300-ish. But this setup, right, the way that this works is you win the speed race with Seeker. Watch the way that this works. You win the speed race with Seeker. Seeker gives you a turn meter fill, 30% turn meter fill, which is a huge fill, right? Which is going to connect to Deacon Armstrong. So Deacon Armstrong is guaranteed to go second if Seeker wins the speed race. Now, everybody is also going to get increased attack. This is especially helpful because now everybody does damage based on attack. So everybody's going to hit harder than they would normally. Plus, Seeker gets to go again, so you can drop a provoke on someone if you want. Remember that his A1 is a double hit, so you can actually provoke around UDK. So we're going to go ahead and try to provoke. Let's try to provoke Astralon here. And we got the provoke on Astralon, right? Now, the nice thing about Seeker is he's a two-way champion. He's good on a go first team. He's good on a go second team. He has this passive where if he gets crit, he puts up an increased defense on the team. And so everybody behind him is going to have increased defense when they get hit, which is going to be everybody but Deacon. So now you get the turn meter fill and turn meter drop. Now you're going to get the decreased defense. Everybody's going to have decreased defense. Now Wukong is going to buff strip if buff strips are possible, or you can go ahead and sheep the UDK if you want. But in fact, we're going to AoE and kind of weaken everybody. Right? Now it comes around to Genbo. Genbo is going to put his increase crit rate on himself. He has the increased attack still from Seeker, and now he's going to nuke. And he kills mostly everybody, right? Once you have him in a better set, once you have Wukong in a better set, they'll both hit harder. And now we can just kill off Astralon and put it on auto and work down the UDK, and it should be no problem. This build should get you to low gold, probably just fine. So you're probably looking at like gold 2 with this team the way it's built. I think even if you don't change anything, I think you're going to be able to get to gold 2 pretty consistently. You do have to win speed races. So like, you know, it could be possible that you don't win every speed race. And that could be a problem. Like here. But this is really nice. This gives you everything you want. Increase attack, decrease defense, buff strip, right? Plus the crit damage buff on Genbo. You ignore unkillable with Genbo if he has an increased attack. You've got that provoke to help like disrupt their team flow. This is a you know, one of those teams that you can just let go. Now, what I would say is eventually you're going to replace your Seeker with Arbiter. Arbiter slots in really well for him, right? Because she also has a 30% turn meter fill with an increased attack, just like Seeker. It's the same skill. The only difference is hers has a heal on it, like a conditional heal. But she has the increased speed aura, right? So instead of the 19% speed aura of Deacon Armstrong, you're going to get the 30% increased speed aura of Arbiter. So you're going to be going even faster. Her base speed is also 110, which is even faster. And again, you could run her faster than Deacon because she doesn't require accuracy. Deacon requires accuracy, which usually means perception sets, but you can run Arbiter in pure speed sets. So you get her speed up to 300 speed. Even at like 290, 285, you're going to be able to get to gold 5 with her. No problem. I mean, this team could potentially take you to gold 5. Not built this way. You need them faster. But if you can get Seeker up to 290 speed or 300 speed, you don't need Arbiter to get to gold 5. You can just run this team. But you need everybody's speed tuned. You know, you need everybody in the right speed tune. So as Seeker increases in speed, Wukong needs to increase in speed. You know, Genbo needs to increase in speed. So what you would probably look for here, I think, is call it 280 on Seeker, call it about 250 on Deacon, and call it about 210 or 215 on Wukong and Genbo. Sorry, I probably could have manualed that win. Let's try that again. And you know, sometimes you have to manual, and you have to be careful of the teams you pick into. You want to avoid Tormund the Cold, you know, but you can go into Duchess. Like this team should be fine. We should be able to beat this team. That Duchess was fast, which is problematic. But Wukong, this is where the Wukong shines, right? Wukong can remove these buffs. Didn't remove all of them, but removed some. And then if you have enough damage, it doesn't really matter. You can go over the top here. Now, we don't have a reviver, so if Genbo dies, it could be tricky. Let's go ahead and then you have him in relentless gear. Wukong sunk. Now, again, I think, you know, properly built, the damage is going to be enough to chew through this team. Like, this team isn't scary when your Wukong has enough speed and accuracy and when your Genbo has enough damage. You can also set up the AI for this. You don't have to manual it. But see, that's what it should look like every time. That's what it should look like every time. And so getting your Genbo, what I would probably do for Genbo, there are a few different sets you can look at. Crit damage is really nice. I usually avoid offense. I think offense is a pretty bad set. But crit damage is nice. Another nice set would be Cruel. Cruel could be a really nice set. Swift Parry is okay, by the way. Swift Parry can be really good. Gives you speed and crit damage, which is nice, plus the added chance of unkillable. So if you have good pieces here, you could certainly think of you know, building him in Swift Parry. Perception's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Affinity Breaker is not great for him, right? Remember, he's Void Affinity, so Fatal can be a good filler. Killstroke can be very nice. Impulse is okay as a filler if you have good damage pieces, but it's not a set I would really look to. Same thing with Zeal. Zeal is okay as a filler if you have good pieces. I would stay away from Righteous. Supersonic can be good because he will be... yeah, I don't know. Actually, Supersonic's okay. Merciless is good, though. You get that extra attack, crit damage, speed. You know, if you could get all the way here to 6 pieces, that's where you want. Ignore that defense. That would be huge. Slayer can be very good. Extra crit rate, extra crit damage, speed. Fills his champion's turn meter by 5% per each enemy hit by AoE attacks, right? So that's nice too. You get more turn meter, you come back around to additionals. Again, if you can get to 6 pieces, you ignore defense, so that would be huge. I think Slayer would be really, like, probably the first set I would look to. Slayer and Cruel, right? Those are the sets that I would look to first. If you have Savage can be really good, or what's the other one that comes from Dark Fae? Lethal? Lethal. So this also Instinct, right? Instinct can work as well. All right, I think that is it for this takeover. We did an extra 20 minutes there. I just wanted to look at the arena. I do think that you have a roster that is superior to the gear that you have currently. So gearing a few champions is going to be really important because you don't have the gear to gear all of the champions that you have. You also don't have all of the legendary tomes you need eventually for your roster, right? Because you have a bunch of good legendary champions. I mean, Aislinn should be a champion that you're looking to build. Obviously, we want to book, Wukong. You want to book Rathalos potentially. You might want to book. You might want to book Scylla the Drake. Like, all of these champions could be booked. Obviously, we want to book Mithrala. You have your Carl, who's an awesome champion and usable in a lot of content. He would be a pretty high value legendary for you to book. So legendary tomes are going to be high on the priority list. And then as far as, the epics are concerned, we know Geo's got to be the next epic. And then after Geo, you have some options. I really like Rector Drath. Cryodan could potentially be an option. Morag could potentially be an option. Farrakhan could be very high value. So I think those are the epics you want to probably look at down the line in the next, say, 2 to 3 months. You have any questions? Wow, Gold 2 is great. You should teach this stuff at university. That's what we're doing here. But yeah, so for priorities in terms of 6 stars, Mithrala and Geo. But priority in terms of regearing champions, like during this free regear, I would regear your Genbo and your Wukong. Now, you might not have all the gear that you need, so get in here and like forge this perception gear. I would use up all of your steel and forge perception gear. Or potentially, if you could maybe, you don't have any lethal. I would probably stick to the perception. You need perception for so many champions. You need them for Mithrala. You need it for Deacon. You need it for Wukong. And potentially you can use it for other champions as well. So I'd probably focus on that. Maybe Swift Parry a little bit, or Resilience a little bit, if you got perception pieces you need. All right, so that is it for this one. I am going to go ahead and reset. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for letting me tool around on your account. That I always appreciate. It is a sign of trust to allow somebody else to play on your account. So, oh, it looks like Sun already reset the message. So you can go ahead and start reacting to the message. Let me go ahead and buy any. Nope. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. No, I have a drink, so I don't need to refill my drink. And then we'll pull for the next takeover. All right, back in just a minute. All right, I'm back. Yep, it is reset. So go ahead and react to the message if you want to get your free takeover. Just gotta talk to the sun for a second. All right. Let's go ahead and get another takeover. So, Sun, let's give it 30 seconds. We're going to give it 30 seconds here for everybody to react to the message. I missed some gifted subs. Hey, Dark, good to see you. We got 5 gifted subs. Well, thank you very much. Sun got another gifted membership to his own channel. But that is awesome. Thank you so much. I do not know how to pronounce the name of that viewer, but I do appreciate your gifted subs and your support of our channel. Thank you so much. Hey, Great Dane. Good to see you. Deacon does do his A3 without the AI. The issue is Stone Skin. When he comes up against Stone Skin, he does it weirdly. LFC. I did a spin of a wheel with my name only, and I still lost. Oh, good call, Zonde. You should change. Yes. Okay, so Andy, you should change your speed lead from Deacon to Wukong, because Wukong has the better speed aura. You're right. I forgot about that. That is a very good note. So Deacon's is 19%, Wukong's is 28%. You want Wukong as the speed lead. You still want Seeker in the second position, though, so move Deacon into the third position. Not in terms of speed, in terms of like the physical position in the team, because you want Seeker as close to the start of the team as possible. Where is Sun? You can't see his picture. Sun is always around. He's just lurking helpfully, waiting to wait on everyone and anyone, help them with their problems. Aaron's a good guy. I mean, Sun's a good guy. All right, let's go ahead and spin the wheel. Spin the wheel, spin the wheel. Oh, we already spun the wheel. The winner is Adrian PCW. Congrats to Adrian. So go ahead and I'm going to send you a DM. You can just go ahead and send me your login information back to that DM. Captain Volcano, good to see you. You're a giver. What can you say? Well, you can say what you always said, you know, which is, I've been Aaron. Need any help? If you need any help, I've been Aaron. I mean, that's what they taught you to say in training, right? I just love the fact that it's an Apple store. Because I know how much Son hates Apple. Which I do too, by the way. But yeah. My luck for the wheel is just like my shard pulls. Well, my shard pulls were hot this week. The first time in forever. Okay, I'm just calling out to Adrian again. Adrian, you won your takeover. You need to respond to my DM or just DM me with your login information so I can start to log into your account and start the process. We've got 3 more minutes before I move on to somebody else. Burso. You get the hair and the beard. It's not just the hair and the beard, man. I mean, it is the hair and the beard. It's also the t-shirt. It's also the look on your face. It's everything. It's everything. It's everything. The height. The nose. It's your doppelganger, man. You thought you broke the game. You pulled 2 mythicals back to back. That is intense. Congrats on that. And 2 meta Legos. All right, Adrian, giving you another warning here, buddy. We're running out of time. So hit me up with the DM in Discord, or at least shout out in the text in the live stream so that we know you're alive and you recognize that you've won your takeover. And ignore the 77 other people who are hoping that you've gone AFK permanently because they want their own takeover. I was kind of astonished by my luck with this ancient shard event. I mean, if you watched you followed my HH challenge account this year, my first 140 shards, my first 140 ancient shards, I had 8 blue taxes. So 14 pulls, 8 of those I got all rares. So yeah, my return on ancient shards for the year has been incredibly low. So this event was kind of astonishing to be that far ahead of the curve. Yeah. The funny thing is, I think I basically got double the 2 times event. So it was like a 4 times event for me. I pulled about 150 shards. I got 3 legendary. Right, so that's a legendary every 50 shards instead of a legendary every 100 shards, which would be the 2 times event, instead of a legendary every 200 shards, which would be the 1 times rate. All right, unfortunately, Adrian, we are going to move on, buddy. So sorry about that. That is the risk that happens from time to time. So everybody can go ahead and react now to the new message. Sun has reset. And we're going to do this quickly. I'm going to give about 2 minutes for reactions. and then we're gonna pull. So don't go anywhere. If you're reacting to the wheel, don't leave. Don't go AFK. Close to 50 reactions. I can give it about 30 more seconds. I see some people throwing in extra reactions. They're like, I'm reacting 5 times. I don't care. That's fine. That's what you need to do. It only enters you once. All right, let's go ahead and spin that. Son, fired up. You feel the wheel will finally love you? I hope it does. Holy Executioner! Holy Executioner, you have won. "17 weeks in waiting." That's not too bad, actually. Some people have waited a lot longer than that, but it still feels like a long time. I understand. And I do appreciate people showing up even when they don't win. Kind of cool little Discord animation too there. I like that. That's pretty cool. All right, let's go ahead and log in. Here we go. All right, Executioner on the revival path. All right. So, welcome back to the game. Let's check out the all right, daily logins. We are looking at closing in on Visix here at 270 days. That is a nice place to be. You do get this sacred shard this month. You don't get a lot of sacred shards. I think there are only 2 months in the whole thing where you get sacred shards. Whereas you get one kind of early on, I think. There's one. You get one in the Dark Athel month. And then I think that is it until the Visix month. That's the second sacred shard. And then that's it. You only get 2. You only get 2 in forever. Oh, actually you get 2 here in this month. You get 3. So but only 2 different months that you get sacred shards in. So this is a nice little stretch here, and then you end up with a very good void legendary. Level 63. So it feels like the account is more towards the casual end, which is fine. Just like level 63 at 270 days, right? So you need help mostly with Clan Boss and Hydra, and most of my champions are in the vault at the moment, but are 6 stars. Okay, well, let's take a look at your roster. That's 45, 46, 46 6 stars. Got a lot of legendaries. A lot of +1s, +2s, +3s. Here's a +4. I'm assuming you're a spender. But okay, let's look at the champions. Some good champions. Obviously, you have. I mean, I don't know Calamitous. I don't know Calamitous at all, but Arbaeus is very good. Lady Mikage is very good. The Hierophant is awesome. You do have Duchess. Mishinaki is really good. Corvus is really good. Obviously, Terrace is great. Lysandra is phenomenal. Underpriest Brogni, Nekmothar, Grazur. You do have Artak. You got Riho Bonespur. You have your Newt here. Your Newt needs to be prioritized because Newt is absolutely phenomenal. One of the best all-around damage dealers in the entire game. One of the things is I look at, what champions are built. Like Wukong's not built, Lissandra's not built, Draco's not built. So you have a lot of these legendaries who have souls, who are good champions, but who are not built. I don't know about, books and stuff. Okay. So we'll take a look. So Clan Boss, you said, and Hydra. Okay. Let's take a look at Clan Boss. Now, do you have a key in yet? Let's look at. All right, so you have a 1-key nightmare because you have the quick battle. I don't know if it's consistent everywhere. But let's just look. Did you use a key today? Doesn't look like you did anywhere. So let's go ahead and just fire off this key and see how this does. $64 million damage. Okay. Okay. So in terms of spending, okay. Yeah. I mean, I have no judgment about spending. If spend as actually, I shouldn't say that. What I should say is I try to encourage everybody to spend in a budget. Like set a budget for yourself and don't go over that budget. Whatever budget makes sense to you is up to you. And it sounds like you do that. You spend within your budget, which is great. So that's where you want to be. But yeah, so we have some options for Clan Boss. Now, I want to look at this team. So this team pulls down 64 million. Is it a speed tune or is it just untuned? Is it just like 5 good champions? Because it looks like it's just 5 good champions, but I don't know if you've actually speed tuned it or not. It's untuned. Okay. So if I look at this, like if I were going to do some kind of analysis on this team, you have some of what it takes to build a Brogni Infinity comp here. Okay. So Krisk and Brogni are two of the champions that you need for the Brogni Infinity team. You know, like the Wixwell Infinity team. Wixwell's easier. The reason Wixwell is easier is because he brings shield growth plus a buff extension. Brogni only brings the shield growth. He doesn't bring the buff extension. However, if we look at Krisk brings a lot of what we need. He brings an ally protection, continuous heals, but increases the duration of ally buffs by 1. So he's a buff increaser, duration increaser. He also places an increased speed buff, which allows you to get to a 2-to-1 ratio, right? He also places, the increased defense on himself, which helps with the ally protection. And he's got the passive shield plus the decreased attack when hit. So he brings a lot. Plus you bring in Brimstone. Now you have Corvus, who's another buff extender, right? So he extends buffs as well. So you have 2 buff extenders with a Brogni. So all you really need is one more buff extender. Since you have Krisk, you're going to get to the 2-to-1 ratio, and potentially that's all you need. So you have Lady Mikage. She is also a buff extender. Increased duration, Increases duration of all ally buffs by 1 turn. So what you could do here is pull Mishinaki or Terrace and just insert Lady Mikage. And if you speed tune it, you have an infinity comp. Now, infinity comps, Brogni infinity comps are tricky because they do require a really good gear to make viable. But you're close to it. And so it would be worth considering. Now, who would the last champ be? Would you keep Terrace? Would you keep Mishinaki? I mean, Mishinaki is 6-star soul, so your cruelty is, going to give you decreased defense, which is nice, but ultimately maybe not super necessary. You do have the HP burns and the counter attacks with the HP burns or the ally attacks. What is it? Yeah, ally attacks. By the way, you also have Grazur, who's another buff extender. You have Godseeker, who's another buff extender. I don't know what Calamitous does. All right, so the nice thing here is decreased defense and weaken. Even the block buffs is pretty good, which is not bad. So, getting a weaken onto the boss could help. Now, if we have trouble with the shield breaking, we have 2 really nice options. One is Helicath. Helicath does bring a weaken on his A1 as well. And then he's got that, block damage buff that goes up for 2 turns, which could potentially, and the shield, both of which, well, the shield wouldn't use the shield. But the block damage could potentially reduce the incoming damage and improve your chance of growing the shield from Brogni like early in, before you hit 50 turn. The other option would be Duchess. Duchess brings that passive, right? Decreases damage from AoE attacks by bosses by 15%. Plus, you get the Veil, which is another 15% damage mitigation on all the other, that's a Veil. It's the Perfect Veil here. The Perfect Veil gives 15% additional mitigation to everybody except Duchess, and then Duchess becomes the stun target. So that would also increase your ability to go for an infinity comp. I'm just going to look at your stats for a second and see if you're close. So the defense on Krisk is more than enough. Obviously, we need to get to the speeds too, right? So we'd probably have to swap out some of this gear. We'd lose some defense in order to get to the speeds. Like these defensive boots would have to probably go, wow. That triple speed roll. Another triple speed roll. So we'd probably hold on to these two pieces and get rid of these two pieces. And go for more speed. Or maybe we get rid of these two pieces because they don't have any speed rolls on, and this doesn't have a speed roll as well. So, you know, we need to get potentially not a ton of speed, but we'd have to see because we do want to get to a 2-to-1 speed tune. We might be able to run him slow. He might be able to run that slow, but we'd have to see. Terrace is a buff extender? Increases our, okay, so you actually have 3 buff extenders. I didn't realize Terrace because I don't own Terrace. I didn't realize that you had 3 buff extenders. All right, so realistically, you're going to need 4K defense on everyone except maybe Brogni, right? Brogni should probably have close to 3 or maybe over 3K defense. You need 100% crit rate on him with like 250% crit damage. Plus all that defense plus the speed. So we're going to need to get rid of these pieces and get them into defense percentages. And we need, this would probably need to be crit damage in order to make this work. Basically, the way that this team works is this A2 increases the value of the shield buffs on all allies by 30% of the damage inflicted. This skill needs to hit as hard as possible in order to grow that shield by as much as possible. It helps to have the accuracy to land the HP burn if you don't have another source of HP burn, but if you do, you don't care about the accuracy, and we do with Mishinaki, so we don't really need to worry about that. So we would just go for a straight up, like I would probably get him into Savage, or Savage and Cruel would be best. You could also potentially go with Reflex. If you have a really good Reflex set, you can get that A2 to come around more often. So his A3 goes up once, gives you the block debuffs, increase attack, and shield, and then you shut it off, and it never fires again. So that's your opener. And then that shield needs to be increased with the A2. So I think we'll do the same thing. This is, I don't really know Terrace, and so I want to take a look at it. I assume you run him in Arena. Decrease attack. Each critical hit fills the turn meter of all allies by 5%. That's probably not awful. Probably doesn't break it. Damage increases by 15% for each buff on allies. So this could be awesome. Yeah, so Terrace looks phenomenal for this. And Corvus is phenomenal for this. All right, let's throw it into the let's throw it in the calculator. All right, so we have Mishinaki, Krisk, Orvis, Rogni, and Terra. Let me double check. I think Terrace's buff extension was on a 3-turn cooldown, right? No. Okay, so his buff extension is on a 4-turn cooldown. So that's problematic. You need them on 3-turn cooldowns. Although his skill looks great. But realistically, we care less about the damage you do per turn. Like, Terrace hits really hard, and he's Void Affinity, which is nice. But what you care about is growing Brogni's shield. That's the single most important thing. So if we look... Let's get me out of here. Yeah, I mean, it's a good team. Don't get me wrong, it's a good team. Turvold is interesting. Why is Turvold? Turvold has an extra turn mechanic. I know he hits really hard. He has weaken. But you can see, like, all of these are variations on the Brogni shield growth. And you're talking about, 200, what's the highest one? 250, 200, no, 320 million damage. So I think what I would do here, for the sake of, like, ease, is probably I would put in Lady Mikage. Now, there's something that you want to consider here. The reason that I want to use Lady Mikage is because Mishinaki and Lady Mikage are both Shadowkin faction. And so every time Lady Mikage attacks with her A1 on her base form, attacks one enemy with one random ally from the Shadowkin faction. So Mishinaki will get to attack every single time and has a 60% chance of placing an HP burn debuff. Now you're using cruelty on him, which is fine, but potentially you could get more damage out of, putting him in with Brimstone, or putting him with, what's the other one? What's the other one I was thinking of? Soul Reap. But, Cruelty could still work. So I think this is the best swap. Lady Mikage's cooldown is 3 turns on her buff extension, and then where Terrace is 4. So this is a better fit. And then on top of that, you get the extra ally attacks from Mishinaki. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to load in the speeds that you have, and we're going to see how close we are to an actual speed tune. Now, I don't know if you have... Let me check if you have any area bonuses. Do you have any area bonuses for Clan Boss? You don't have any speed bonuses. Okay. So let's just look at our speed. So Mishinaki's at 178. Frisk is at 170. Brogni is at 197. He's in 3 speed sets, but we'll probably change that. Mishinaki is... I'm not Mishinaki. Lady Mikage is at 136 with 1 speed set. And protection. What did I just say? 136. 230. Speed, protection. And then Corvus. What's Corvus running? Corvus is running at 149. Okay. So now in order to work this, what you need is you need to prioritize the A2s for Mishinaki and Lady Mikage. That will extend the buffs. Let's see. I don't know about Frisk. Is it Frisk's? It's his A2. His A2. But so he probably needs to open with his A3. And then what we do here is we just put the cooldown to 60. And that means it'll fire once and never fire again. And then for Brogni, I think we also need to prioritize his A2, which grows the shield. So he should open with his A3 and then never use it again. So, again, same thing. Corvus needs to prioritize his A2. Yeah, this didn't matter. This doesn't matter. He just, for some reason, I thought that was Corvus. Okay. And then we need to turn off her A4 so she never transforms. So as you can see, you don't get to the 2-to-1 ratio because you're not going fast enough. But you don't really have to go that fast. What I would probably do, I would start with this Corvus. This Corvus is too slow. So let's go ahead and increase his speed. I'm just going to shoot for like 200. And I think we may need a little more out of that spacing. So typically you do have to run one champion kind of fast. And it doesn't really matter which champion it is, but since Lady Mikage is already fast, let's go ahead and speed her up. I'm gonna go to like 260 with her. All right. And then let's see, we'll get everybody on the other side of the clan boss. So let's go to like 195, let's say. And 191. Actually, let's run this guy. Run, risk, say it. Closer. Now, these speed tunes can be really weird. I'm actually going to go look on my account for a second. So basically what happens with a 2-to-1 infinity speed tune, what you typically have is you have one fast champion, two medium champions, and two slow champions. That's the most common distribution. But where those speeds are exactly is always dependent upon different factors. So I just want to look at my Wixwell team. I don't have a key right now. Let me look at. So Lady Mikage's she's really fast. She's she's over 300. Okay, so let's just speed her up. Let's go to like 75. And then where's my Wixwell? I'm running a lot of people fast. Okay. There's a slower comp. Let me see. We'll get this. Don't worry. We can get this. I know we can do this. So I'm just going to go to Hell Hades' site. Not his site. I'm sorry. His channel. And I'm going to look for. Okay. I think it's this one. And he has this. You can see this is a 2-to-1 speed tune. Okay. So let's copy this into here. In terms of speed. We run somebody at 270, 271. The next slowest one would be 245. Let's go ahead and run risk at 245. The next one is 244. Run Corvus at 244. We're almost there. And then we run 188 and wait. Let's run this at 188. And this one at all right. Now we need to make sure we've got those priorities. We have all the priorities. But do we get to a 2-to-1? We don't. It's because of where the speed buff is coming. We don't want the speed buff on the first turn. But that's a problem. We have to have the speed buff on the first turn with Krisk. So let's drop Krisk to 218. Mishinaki to 245. So the issue is that Krisk's you look here at this speed tune, you can see that the increased speed isn't happening on the first turn. It's not happening here until Eris goes in the second column. And because Krisk is bringing the buff extension, the speed tunes don't match up because he's bringing the speed and the buff extension. He has to fire his A3 once and then turn it off. He has to. Because we need him to use his A2 all the time. We need to basically shut off that. Well, I guess we could try it differently. We could do that. That does, in fact, tune. That one does. Let's try something else. Trying to see if we could organize these buff extensions differently. That would help. Doesn't look like it is. So okay, we'll just leave the A3 on. Let me go back to your account for a second. A2 is the shield growth. So he gets one here, he gets one here, and he gets one here. I mean, these speeds are manageable, right? And we might be able to slow down. Like, let's see what happens if we slow down Lady Mikage. Okay, so we can't slow her down. 269 is her slowest. Let's see about Corvus. So he needs to be 244. What about Mishinaki? He needs to be 244 or 245. What about Chris? Could be probably faster, and that would be okay. And then Brogni, can we slow him down? So we can slow him down to 205. 1, 2, and it still works. 205. Chris, we can slow down to 174, it looks like. I wonder if we swapped those. So we did 205 on Krisk and 174 on Brog. Would it tune? Because, right, the speed buff comes into a different place there. Because now it's... No, it doesn't work. Okay. It might work at slightly different speed, but 174. So it does speed tune, and it speed tunes relatively quickly. So the question is going to be, do we have the stats and do we have the gear here? But this is an infinity comp, right? And it's a reasonably achievable infinity comp. We have one champion at 269 build speed. One at 245, one at 244, one at 205, and 174. Now, rather than have me rebuild it, because I could do this like live right now, one of the things that you could do is experiment with other combinations of infinity comp speed tunes. You generally want Underpriest Brogni slow, because the slower you build him, the more you can build him for damage. He needs to hit really hard, really, really hard. And then when you think about these other champions, like in terms of speed, right now Mishinaki is running at 245 and Corvus is running at 244, and that's fine, but like Mishinaki might be better slower, whereas you definitely want Lady Mikage and potentially Krisk faster. For this speed tune, we can't have Krisk faster because we need this speed, this increased speed, to wait until turn 1, like at the top column here. It can't happen before the clan boss goes. Why? I don't know. That's just the way this particular tune works. I have a tune where I fire off the speed, increased speed right away, and it becomes a 2-to-1. But I'm running everybody a bit faster. The reason I'm saying Krisk at 174 might not be as useful is because you might want to use Krisk in a lot of compositions. Like you might want to use him in a Hydra composition, and running him at 174 is not fast enough for a lot of other compositions. However, if you just want to solve that one key Ultra Nightmare right now, this speed tune will probably get you there. And what I would say is, for everyone, for the top 3 champions, for Mishinaki, Krisk, and Corvus the Corruptor, if you can get to 5k defense, that's great. I think anything over 4,000 is probably enough. It's probably enough to get over 4,000 defense. Underpriest Brogni probably needs at least 3,000 and maybe 3,500 defense, and then 100% crit rate and about 250% crit damage. He needs to have that, because if he doesn't have the damage, then he doesn't grow the shield enough. Lady Mikage probably needs about the same amount of defense, maybe about 3,500 defense, maybe even a little bit less, 3,200 defense, something like that, because her base stats are a little bit better. But again, for this comp, HP doesn't matter. Like, you don't care about HP. You can have really low HP totals. You just need high defense, okay? Now, there are some exceptions to that. If you look at the actual champions, so let's look at Krisk, right? And so at At the start of each round, places a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns equal to 50% of this champion's max HP. So his max HP matter to a certain extent because that's the size of the shield. But as long as it's big enough to not break, Brogni grows it by a set amount. It's not a multiplier like Wixwell's shield is. So it's just a set amount. So as long as the shield doesn't break, you're in good shape. As far as Brogni is concerned, it's the same thing with his shield, 30% of this champion's max HP. Right? Let's see. I want to see Krisk's. Yeah, I don't know what would happen with Brogni's shield. If Brogni's shield will overwrite Krisk's shield or not. I'm not sure. I think Krisk's shield probably won't be overridden because it's going to be larger. And they'll have the same duration. But I don't know for sure. So you have to kind of experiment with that. Now, as far as the second shield set goes, you need to put somebody in a shield set, right? So it's like, which of these champions do you end up putting in a shield set? And I would say it depends. It really depends. Mishinaki doesn't need a ton of accuracy. He's not running Brimstone, so you don't worry about that, right? He does. I mean, it doesn't matter. You want his HP burn, his decreased defense, decreased attack. You want all of these to land. So he's going to need the minimum, which I think is for Ultra Nightmares at 250. Raid Stages Tool, Lambos, Ultra Nightmare. It's 250. You need 250 accuracy. So that's not super high accuracy, which means you have some leeway. You know, you can probably get that accuracy with a shield set and a perception set. Like that might be enough. Or even just like an accuracy banner, a 6-star accuracy banner with some accuracy substats might be enough to get you to 250. Right now he's running 336, and obviously he's not running, he's running Slayer. Actually kind of interesting. You're going to want to get him out of the Slayer set because this fills this champion's turn meter by 5% per. Well, it probably doesn't matter. But I would probably put this Slayer set on somebody else. You don't care about crit rate and crit damage. No, I'm sorry. You do care about crit rate and crit damage on him. But remember that his primary source of damage is these A1s and landing those HP burns and getting all the debuffs. So that's more important. So the options for a shield set are Mishinaki or Corvus or Krisk, but not Brogni or Lady Mikage. You have a 5-star Brimstone on Krisk, so I would just keep that. You don't have to change anybody else's blessings. Now, Krisk is an ally protector, so he's going to take the most damage, so I do like the Defiant set on him. So I probably wouldn't put him in a shield set. I would put him in more defensive stuff. Anything to mitigate his damage a little bit more. So just keep that in mind. But again, you need to hit that 250 accuracy. No, you don't. You don't need any accuracy on Krisk for this fight. I mean, the decreased attack and decreased defense would be nice, but you get that from Mishinaki. You also have Lady Mikage and Corvus extending debuffs on the boss. So chances are, once the debuffs are up, they'll never drop. So I think Mishinaki, especially because you want to get him out of the Slayer set, I think he's probably the best champion to think about for a shield set. Really good base defense, really good HP anyway. So I think he's probably better than Corvus because he's a little bit tankier than Corvus. And I think based on the speed tune, they're running at the same speed, but basically 244 and 245, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't matter. Could be Corvus, could be Mishinaki. So I'd probably put one of those two into the shield set. Let's go ahead and see if we could get Brogni a decent build here. Because without the right build on Brogni, it doesn't work. Relentless doesn't work on him either. No, we're running him relatively slow. What are we running him at? We're running him at 205. We have to try to get to 205 with attack percentage boots. Damage based on attack. If we can't, we'll do speed boot. This is unfortunate that there's no speed substat here. But we're going to try. And we probably need... Let's take a look at your instinct. Gotta be that HP percentage. We need the crit rate. This is close. This is close. We're low on the speed. But we don't have any glyphs here at all. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 speed glyphs, which say could give us like 15 speed. And then what about this? There's no speed here. It is giving us 5% crit rate, unfortunately. Or no, it's giving us 15% crit damage. Let's see if there's any... That would get us just to 200. What do we need? We need 205. Okay, cool. This is close. It's not quite there. We're a little bit low on defense. We're a little bit low on speed, and we're a little bit low on crit damage. It's not awful though. And so I'm just going to equip this right now. Yeah, I'm just going to equip this right now. And what I want to look at is masteries. We don't care about accuracy at all because we don't need to land the HP burn. We'll get a little bit more defense here. Obviously, we'll get, you know, some stats when we glyph up. I mean, the best thing wouldn't be an accuracy banner. It would be a defense banner. If we could get a defense banner with speed and get, you know, 20 speed out of that, that would be better. And this chest plate. Unfortunately, we're getting 23 speed out of this chest plate, and it's like, you know, and the crit rate that we need. So it's like the substats are beautiful here, but the main stat is completely useless for us. If this were defense percentage, I think we would be basically home. And then, you know, we don't have speed on these crit damage gauntlets. The biggest lack here, I think, is actually crit damage gauntlets. Now, crit damage gauntlets typically need to have crit rate as a substat. And if we're going to run attack percentage boots, we want speed as a substat as well. You know, so when you're looking for that, when you're like, okay, substats, I need speed and crit rate, there's literally no pieces. There are no pieces. Hi. Sorry about that. So that's unfortunate. Now you do have some pieces with crit rate. But yeah, so I think I would just hunt for some crit damage gauntlets. You need to get this guy, you know, a 6-star crit damage gauntlet that has crit rate and potentially speed as a substat, or you need a chest piece where we, you know, don't lose. It's like getting the speed is really hard. We have no speed on this, so we could potentially replace this helmet and get a substat of speed there. If we could get another 10 speed there, that would help. Now, it's possible that we could also find a speed tune with a slower Brogdon. Right? So, you know, again, it wouldn't be this speed tune. It wouldn't be the HH speed tune. I've run other speed tunes, but they generally require more speed in the other places. Sometimes you get lucky and you can just plug in 5 random champions with it, you know, all the buff extenders at random speeds and kind of find something. That happened to me twice when I was building my Wixwell teams. You know, so we could say, okay, let's run this guy at 185 and see if it speed tunes. And it doesn't quite speed tune, but let's see. So Does Chris give a speed buff to everybody but himself? I didn't know that. That's interesting. So he doesn't actually get the speed buff. So that's one of the reasons why the speed tune doesn't work with him. Because he's not getting the speed buff. So you'd probably want to run him faster. Of course, if we run him at that's the weird thing about it. Let's see if we can find a different speed tune. Maybe we can just find a different speed tune entirely. I'm sorry, I'm here on the website. Hmm. I'm not finding anything. Okay, I have a I have an MTG video here that has a speed tune. But Brogni's actually running faster, so that's help. The other option is to pull Mishinaki. If we pull Mishinaki, we can put in a speed or a champion. Like Duchess. And that would allow us to go slower, right? That would allow us to build everybody slower. But it would take away that defensive aura, which I'm, you know, that's tricky. This is a buff extender. Okay. Running 185. What do we need? We need 20 speed. We need 20 speed. I think you can do it. I think you can do it. You'd have to use big glyphs. All right, I forgot the speed tune. Does anybody remember the speed we were running for Krisk? I know we were running. I can't find the 2-to-1. Pretty sure I got everybody else at the right speed. Sorry, I put everybody back in. And I know that Krisk was running slower than 190. Because he was going first here. Pretty sure these were all the speeds, except I don't remember what Krisk was running at. don't remember. I had it. I had it before. Oh, I remember what it was. Yeah, it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay. I forgot we had to use his speed buff multiple times. Okay, so for this, Under Priest Rogni only needs to reach 205. I don't think we can run him any slower. So he is currently at 185. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 5 speed substats. So you need 4 speed per substat. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to use large glyphs. But like this is a definite 6-star glyph. You know what I mean? Because it's already 3 speed. So this is definitely one I would use. Now, the issue here, I think, is that we could get to the speed, but we're only running 2,500 defense. So what I would probably do is, first of all, get big defensive glyphs on him. If you can, get more defense through something like this would be the place, right, on the banner, that would help. But I think then the other thing would be in the Great Hall, go to the area bonuses and start stacking Demon Lord defense. So, run some live arena, get this to level 4 or 5. You can get an extra 10% defense. You could probably do that in a short while. That's going to help everybody. But if you're going for an infinity comp, this is the stat that you want. You want as much defense here as possible. If you're having trouble with the speeds, you could go for like 2 or 4 speed here just to make it a little bit easier. But I wouldn't do that if you didn't have to. But I would definitely build the defense here. If you can get Brogni to 3k defense, I think it's going to work. 3.2 minimum. With the 100% crit rate and, as much crit damage as you can. Now, the only other thing that I can think of that we could potentially do here to make this work would be this. kind of an interesting. She's kind of an interesting champ for this. You could potentially reset Brogny's shield growth over and over and over again. The problem is he would have to be the lead, right? Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see any other option. All right, so just quickly, because I have a couple of minutes left, I also want to take a look at this. Okay. Okay. So we have one other option. I just wanted to mention this before we go. So you have two block damage champ, or you have an unkillable and a block damage champion. So you could on the right one. So there's this comp. Or something like this comp. So you can see the speeds here are a little bit more intense. but you do have the potential of, not needing as like all the accuracy or all the crit rate or whatever. Like you don't have to bring everything. And this is also basically a 2-to-1. But what happens here is you are alternating block damage champions or unkillable champions. So in this case, for you, instead of Roshguard and Warcaster, it would be Helikath and Sir Nicholas. Okay. And so what happens is actually, it looks like you want it in, well, it doesn't matter which position you do. Because these are both let me double check this. Let me double check Sir Nicholas. Okay, so it's the A3. So we just need a priority prize the A3. That's all it is. All right, and then there we go. Okay, so the way this works is Sir Nicholas puts up the unkillable buff at the bottom of column 1, and it lasts for 2 turns, so it doesn't matter that Helikath goes after him, so nobody can be killed on AoE 1. Then Helikath puts up the block damage on the bottom of AoE 2, so nobody can be killed on AoE 2. Then Sir Nicholas puts up the unkillable bottom of AoE of the stun turn, the 3rd column, and again it's up for 2 turns, so nobody can be killed on the stun. And then they swap, right? So then Helikath does his on column 1 and 3, and Sir Nicholas does his on column 2. And so basically what happens here is you're just unkillable all the way down, right? And you've got Sir Nicholas and Helikath just swapping. Now, Seeker is one of the champions that enables this comp. You could potentially try to do this differently without a Seeker, but this is the easiest way to do this. So I don't know if you have Seeker. I should actually double check if you have Seeker. I think you have Seeker, right? You have a Seeker, but it's not built. So, you would have to build your Seeker. Now, the other thing that you're going to want is you're going to want champions to solve your stun problem and your slow from spirit. So typically the best way to do that is with, I would probably like try Doom Priest first. Let's see, do you have Doom Priest? You do have Doom Priest also not built. But then Doom Priest is cleansing all the time. The question is, does it throw off in spirit? And it doesn't. It still works in spirit affinity. Okay. So you do this, and then, Fane here is a good option because she brings decreased defense, poisons, and a weaken. But you already have the weaken from Helikath if you're running Helikath with enough accuracy. So you could bring another damage dealer here if you wanted, somebody who hits harder than Fane. But anyway, this would be another way for you to go. It's a longer journey there. You're already set up for the Infinity team. The problem is the gear. You may not have the gear, so it may take you a couple of months to grind the gear. And if you wanted to go in a different direction, this would be the direction to go in with Sir Nicholas and Helikath. And again, it's a 2-to-1 comp. You're not going to have trouble getting the 1 key Ultra Nightmare here. You have a weaken, you have the damage. Sir Nicholas hits pretty hard. You don't have to go with Doom Priest. You could try a block debuffs champion. And that would probably be in the Fane spot. So for instance, here, let's say we had, we have Brogni, right? So in this case, Brogni would put up the A2 right here. No, not the A2, it's the A3. What's Brogni's? It's A3. But then could you also block the stun because it's a 2-1? It's a little bit tricky. So I don't know if it's going to work or not. Interesting. Can't seem to get that into that spot. But anyway, that's because that's Sir Nicholas. What am I doing? It's Brogni. I'm trying to. There we go. So this would be the slow, but then you don't have it for the stun. You know, and if one of the block damage champions gets stunned, or if Seeker gets stunned, then it doesn't work. So I think the easier way to go is Doom Priest, because Doom Priest handles the slow and the stun. And so that means this fifth champion can basically be whoever you want. So again, you know, Fane before worked really well. Could be an ally attacker would work. You know, so if we're looking at your roster, it could be any big damage dealer in that fifth spot. You know, Lady Mikage could work. Corvus could work. You know, you could go for one of your big damage dealers. Dracomorph works great, right? He's not booked, unfortunately. Newt will work great in that spot. So you're probably going to want to build Newt anyway. I mean, he should probably be one of your next priorities. Where is this guy? Is just super hard hitting. He's got, so his A3 is enemy max HP, but it hits 3 times. Right? He already decreases the target's defense up to 30%. So you don't need to worry about Mishinaki's cruelty. Like, you don't need cruelty. This is actually better than cruelty, because cruelty maxes out at 20%, but Newt goes to 30%. They don't stack, by the way. You can't use them both and get to 50%, but you can use him to get to 30%. Plus, he has 3 enemy max HP hits. That's going to be the most damage you're likely to get out of any champion. So he also brings, you know, a weaken. So if you don't want to put accuracy on Helicat, you could put accuracy here. And that's an option. He's actually also an option for your Infinity Squad, by the way. He's a defensive-based champion, so he's not going to take all that much damage, and he's still going to hit super hard. And, you know, he's going to have that increased defense buff, which is going to make him hit it even harder. So, and I think he gets increased crit damage from Lady Mikage. So, like, Newt is a champion you should build. He's like, he should be one of the next 3 champions you build. So anyway, don't forget to put the piece back here, put a piece back here, a weapon back here for Lazarius, to regear him. And otherwise, you know, consider what you want to do with this Brogni. I think you're so close here. I would give it a try. I would definitely give it a try, because even if it doesn't work perfectly, it's probably going to get you like a 3 key, you know? So it's like, yeah, you want to get to that 1 key, but if you're on a path with a team composition where you're like, this will eventually get there, as I collect gear and get more stats and get more area bonuses, I know this will get me to 1 key. That's worth doing it. And the thing about it is, the day it gets you to a 1 key, it's going to go from like a 2 key that's barely working to a 1 key that gets you an extra 100 million than you need. Because that's the way the infinity comp works. Like, once you get the damage balance just right, it takes off. And so I think this is a little bit of gear so you can reach the speeds here. You can get that speed tune going. So So, again, I will just give you one last quick look at the speed tune. So make sure that you take a screenshot or bookmark the video or whatever once it goes live. But here it is. Right. So 245 for Mishinaki, 179 for Krisk, 244 for Corvus, 205 for Brogni, and 269 for Lady Mikage. Should work. Bunch of clan boss stuff today. Yeah. Okay, folks, that has to be it for me. The baby needs my attention. My wife has been on duty for several hours and she needs a break. So I'm going to go give her a break. Thanks for hanging out. It was Saturday, Takeover Saturday, which is not our normal thing. I will try to do a Takeover Tuesday in just a couple of days, on Tuesday. So we'll be back into our normal schedule. So if you're looking for a free account takeover, look for that. Also, remember, I will be launching my paid takeovers on Monday, July 1st. I have all the pieces in place, except for the Discord stuff. So we just need to get the Discord stuff online. And then you can just sign up and we can talk. We can basically do that whenever you want. I'm going to be doing it on an hourly basis. I'm not going to be charging based on the takeover content. So like, Hydra's different than Clan Boss is different than whatever. It's going to be more of a coaching thing. So you can just buy hours. I want an hour of coaching. I want 5 hours of coaching. I want 2 hours every week, whatever it happens to be. That's sort of how we're going to do it. So look for that if you are just either impatient or interested in, having more of a chance of getting a takeover, having a guaranteed chance of getting a takeover rather than waiting for a Tuesday for 17 weeks or a year like some other people have had to wait for. So yeah, I'm excited about that. Okay, let me just check chat and say goodbye to everybody. You are welcome. NX would be a good damage dealer there. All right. All right, so that is it for me today. Tomorrow is Sunday, so I'm probably taking the day off. I'll be back with on Monday with my weekly no-fail plan, my no-fail weekly plan, and then Tuesday with the live stream. All right, thanks, everybody. You have a good one. I had fun. See you soon. And if you need help, look for this guy.